Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, our quest takes us through a collection of old fairy tales written down by Hans Christian Andersen. Now, settle in, take a deep breath, and let's travel back to an age of myth and legend. A story. In the garden, all the apple trees were in blossom. They had hastened to bring forth flowers before they got green leaves. And in the yard, all the ducklings walked up and down, and the cat too. It basked in the sun and licked the sunshine from its own paws. And when one looked at the fields, how beautifully the corn stood, and how green it shone, without comparison. And there was a twittering and a fluttering of all the little birds, as if the day were a great festival. And so it was, for it was Sunday. All the bells were ringing, and all the people went to church, looking cheerful and dressed in their best clothes. There was a look of cheerfulness on everything. The day was so warm and beautiful that one might well have said, God's kindness to us men is beyond all limits. But inside the church, the pastor stood in the pulpit and spoke very loudly and angrily. He said that all men were wicked, and God would punish them for their sins, and that the wicked, when they died, would be cast into hell, to burn for ever and ever. He spoke very excitedly, saying that their evil propensities would not be destroyed, nor would the fire be extinguished, and they should never find rest. That was terrible to hear, and he said it in such a tone of conviction. He described hell to them as a miserable hole, where all the refuse of the world gathers. There was no air beside the hot burning sulphur flame, and there was no ground under their feet. They, the wicked ones, sank deeper and deeper, while eternal silence surrounded them. It was dreadful to hear all that, for the preacher spoke from his heart, and all the people in the church were terrified. Meanwhile, the birds sang merrily outside, and the sun was shining so beautifully warm, it seemed as though every little flower said, God, thy kindness towards us all is without limits. Indeed, outside it was not at all like the pastor's sermon. The same evening, upon going to bed, the pastor noticed his wife sitting there quiet and pensive. What is the matter with you? He asked her. Well, the matter with me is, she said, that I cannot collect my thoughts and am unable to grasp the meaning of what you said today in church, that there are so many wicked people and that they should burn eternally. Alas, eternally, how long? I am only a woman and a sinner before God, but I should not have the heart to let even the worst sinner burn forever. And how could our Lord to do so, who is so infinitely good, and who knows how the wickedness comes from without and within? No, I am unable to imagine that, although you say so. It was autumn. The trees dropped their leaves. The earnest and severe pastor sat at the bedside of a dying person. A pious, faithful soul closed her eyes forever. She was the pastor's wife. If anyone shall find rest in the grave and mercy before our Lord, you shall certainly do so, said the pastor. He folded her hands and read a psalm over the dead woman. She was buried. 2 large tears rolled over the cheeks of the earnest man, and in the parsonage it was empty and still, for its sun had set forever. She had gone home. It was night. A cold wind swept over the pastor's head. He opened his eyes, and it seemed to him as if the moon was shining into his room. It was not so, however. There was a being standing before his bed, and looking like the ghost of his deceased wife. She fixed her eyes upon him with such a kind and sad expression, just as if she wished to say something to him. The pastor raised himself in bed and stretched his arms towards her, saying, "Not even you can find eternal rest. You suffer, you best and most pious woman." The dead woman nodded her head as if to say, "Yes," and put her hand on her breast. "And can I not obtain rest in the grave for you?" "Yes," was the answer. "And how?" "Give me one hair, only one single hair, from the head of the sinner, for whom the fire shall never be extinguished, of the sinner whom God will condemn to eternal punishment in hell." "Yes, one ought to be able to redeem you so easily, you pure, pious woman," he said. "Follow me," said the dead woman. "It is thus granted to us. By my side you will be able to fly wherever your thoughts wish to go. Invisible to men, we shall penetrate into their most secret chambers. But with sure hand you must find out him who is destined to eternal torture, and before the cock crows he must be found." As quickly as if carried by the winged thoughts they were in the great city, and from the walls the names of the deadly sins shone in flaming letters: pride, avarice, drunkenness, wantonness. In short, the whole seven-coloured bough of sin. "Yes, therein, as I believed, as I knew it," said the pastor, "are living those who are abandoned to the eternal fire." And they were standing before the magnificently illuminated gate. The broad steps were adorned with carpets and flowers, and dance music was sounding through the festive halls. A footman, dressed in silk and velvet, stood with a large silver-mounted rod near the entrance. "Our ball can compare favourably with the king's," he said, and turned with contempt towards the gazing crowd in the street. What he thought was sufficiently expressed in his features and movements. "Miserable beggars who are looking in, you are nothing in comparison to me." "Pride," said the dead woman. "Do you see him?" "The footman?" asked the pastor. "He is but a poor fool, and not doomed to be tortured eternally by fire." "Only a fool." It sounded through the whole house of Pride. They were all fools there. Then they flew within the four naked walls of the miser. Lean as a skeleton, trembling with cold and hunger, the old man was clinging with all his thoughts to his money. They saw him jump up feverishly from his miserable couch and take a loose stone out of the wall. There lay gold coins in an old stocking. They saw him anxiously feeling over an old ragged coat in which pieces of gold were sewn, and his clammy fingers trembled. He is ill. That is madness, a joyless madness, besieged by fear and dreadful dreams. They quickly went away and came before the beds of the criminals. These unfortunate people slept side by side, in long rows. Like a ferocious animal, one of them rose out of his sleep and uttered a horrible cry, and gave his comrade a violent dig in the ribs with his pointed elbow, and this one turned round in his sleep. "Be quiet, monster, sleep." "This happens every night." "Every night," repeated the other. "Yes, every night he comes and tortures me. In my violence I have done this and that. I was born with an evil mind, which has brought me hither for the second time. But if I have done wrong, I suffer punishment for it. One thing, however, I have not yet confessed. When I came out a little while ago and passed by the yard of my former master, evil thoughts rose within me when I remembered this and that. I struck a match a little bit on the wall. Probably it came a little too close to the thatched roof. All burned down. A great heat rose, such as sometimes overcomes me. I myself helped to rescue cattle and things. Nothing alive burnt, except a flight of pigeons, which flew into the fire, and the yard dog, of which I had not thought. One could hear him howl out of the fire, and this howling I still hear when I wish to sleep. And when I have fallen asleep, the great rough dog comes and places himself upon me, and howls, presses, and tortures me. Now listen to what I tell you. You can snore. You are snoring the whole night, and I hardly a quarter of an hour. And the blood rose to the head of the excited criminal. He threw himself upon his comrade and beat him with his clenched fist in the face. "Wicked Mutt has become mad again," they said amongst themselves. The other criminals seized him, wrestled with him, and bent him double, so that his head rested between his knees, and they tied him, so that the blood almost came out of his eyes and out of all his pores. "You are killing the unfortunate man," said the pastor, and as he stretched out his hand to protect him, who already suffered too much, the scene changed. They flew through rich halls and wretched hovels. Wantonness and envy, all the deadly sins passed before them. An angel of justice read their crimes and their defense. The latter was not a brilliant one, but it was read before God, who reads the heart, who knows everything, the wickedness that comes from within and from without, who is mercy and love personified. The pastor's hand trembled. He dared not stretch it out. He did not venture to pull a hair out of the sinner's head, and tears gushed from his eyes like a stream of mercy and love, the cooling waters of which extinguished the eternal fire of hell. Just then the cock crowed. "Father of all mercy, grant thou to her the peace that I was unable to procure for her." "I have it now," said the dead woman. "It was your hard words, your despair of mankind, your gloomy belief in God and his creation, which drove me to you. Learn to know mankind. Even in the wicked one lives a part of God, and this extinguishes and conquers the flame of hell." The pastor felt a kiss on his lips. A gleam of light surrounded him. God's bright sun shone into the room, and his wife, alive, sweet, and full of love, awoke him from a dream which God had sent him. By the Almshouse Window. Near the grass-covered rampart which encircles Copenhagen lies a great red house. Balsams and other flowers greet us from the long rows of windows in the house, whose interior is sufficiently poverty-stricken, and poor and old are the people who inhabit it. The building is the Wharton Almshouse. Look, at the window there leans an old maid. She plucks the withered leaf from the balsam and looks at the grass-covered rampart, on which many children are playing. What is the old maid thinking of? A whole life drama is unfolding itself before her inward gaze. The poor little children, how happy they are, how merrily they play and romp together. What red cheeks and what angels' eyes. But they have no shoes nor stockings. They dance on the green rampart, just on the place where, according to the old story, the ground always sank in, and where a sportive, frolicsome child had been lured by means of flowers toys and sweetmeats into an open grave ready dug for it, and which was afterwards closed over the child. And from that moment, the old story says, the ground gave way no longer. The mound remained firm and fast, and was quickly covered with the green turf. The little people who now play on that spot know nothing of the old tale, else would they fancy they heard a child crying deep below the earth, and the dewdrops on each blade of grass would be to them tears of woe. Nor do they know anything of the Danish king, who here, in the face of the coming foe, took an oath before all his trembling courtiers that he would hold out with the citizens of his capital and die here in his nest. They know nothing of the men who have fought here, or of the women who from here have drenched with boiling water the enemy, clad in white, and biding in the snow to surprise the city. No, the poor little ones are playing with light childish spirits. Play on, thou little maiden. Soon the years will come. Yes, those glorious years. The priestly hands have been laid on the candidates for confirmation. Hand in hand they walk on the green rampart. Thou hast a white frock on. It has cost thy mother much labour, and yet it is only cut down for thee out of an old larger dress. You will also wear a red shawl, and what if it hang too far down? People will only see how very large it is. You are thinking of your dress, and of the giver of all good. So glorious is it to wander on the green rampart. And the years roll by. They have no lack of dark days, but you have your cheerful young spirit, and you have gained a friend, you know not how. You met, oh how often. You walked together on the rampart in the fresh spring, on the high days and holidays, when all the world come out to walk upon the ramparts, and all the bells of the church steeples seem to be singing a song of praise for the coming spring. Scarcely have the violets come forth, but there on the rampart, just opposite the beautiful castle of Rosenberg, there is a tree bright with the first green buds. Every year this tree sends forth fresh green shoots. Alas, it is not so with the human heart. Dark mists, more in number than those that cover the northern skies, cloud the human heart. Poor child, thy friend's bridal chamber is a black coffin, and thou becomest an old maid. From the almshouse window behind the balsams, thou shalt look on the merry children at play, and shalt see thine own history renewed. And that is the life drama that passes before the old maid, while she looks out upon the rampart, the green, sunny rampart, where the children, with their red cheeks and bare shoeless feet, are rejoicing merrily like the other free little birds. The angel. Whenever a good child dies, an angel of God comes down from heaven, takes the dead child in his arms, spreads out his great white wings, and flies with him over all the places which the child had loved during his life. Then he gathers a large handful of flowers, which he carries up to the Almighty, that they may bloom more brightly in heaven than they do on earth. And the Almighty presses the flowers to his heart, but he kisses the flower that pleases him best, and it receives a voice, and is able to join the song of the chorus of bliss. These words were spoken by an angel of God, as he carried a dead child up to heaven, and the child listened as if in a dream. Then they passed over well-known spots, where the little one had often played, and through beautiful gardens full of lovely flowers. Which of these shall we take with us to heaven to be transplanted there? Asked the angel. Close by grew a slender, beautiful, rose bush, but some wicked hand had broken the stem, and the half-open rosebuds hung faded and withered on the trailing branches. "Poor rose bush," said the child, "let us take it with us to heaven, that it may bloom above in God's garden." The angel took up the rosebush. Then he kissed the child, and the little one half opened his eyes. The angel gathered also some beautiful flowers, as well as a few humble buttercups and heartsease. "Now we have flowers enough," said the child. But the angel only nodded. He did not fly upward to heaven. It was night, and quite still in the great town. Here they remained, and the angel hovered over a small narrow street, in which lay a large heap of straw, ashes, and sweepings from the houses of people who had removed. There lay fragments of plates, pieces of plaster, rags, old hats, and other rubbish not pleasant to see. Amidst all this confusion, the angel pointed to the pieces of a broken flower pot and to a lump of earth which had fallen out of it. The earth had been kept from falling to pieces by the roots of a withered field flower, which had been thrown amongst the rubbish. "We will take this with us," said the angel. "I will tell you why as we fly along." And as they flew, the angel related the history. Down in that narrow lane, in a low cellar, lived a poor sick boy. He had been afflicted from his childhood, and even in his best days, he could just manage to walk up and down the room on crutches once or twice, but no more. During some days in summer, the sunbeams would lie on the floor of the cellar for about half an hour. In this spot, the poor sick boy would sit warming himself in the sunshine and watching the red blood through his delicate fingers as he held them before his face. Then he would say he had been out, yet he knew nothing of the green forest in its spring verdure, till a neighbour's son brought him a green bough from a beech tree. This he would place over his head and fancy that he was in the beech wood while the sun shone and the birds carolled gaily. One spring day, the neighbour's boy brought him some field flowers, and among them was one to which the root still adhered. This he carefully planted in a flower pot and placed in a window seat near his bed. And the flower had been planted by a fortunate hand, for it grew, put forth fresh shoots, and blossomed every year. It became a splendid flower garden to the sick boy, and his little treasure upon earth. He watered it and cherished it, and took care it should have the benefit of every sunbeam that found its way into the cellar, from the earliest morning ray to the evening sunset. The flower entwined itself even in his dreams. For him it bloomed, for him spread its perfume, and it gladdened his eyes, and to the flower he turned, even in death, when the Lord called him. He has been 1 year with God. During that time the flower has stood in the window, withered and forgotten, till at length cast out among the sweepings into the street, on the day of the lodger's removal. And this poor flower, withered and faded as it is, we have added to our nosegay, because it gave more real joy than the most beautiful flower in the garden of a queen. "But how do you know all this?" asked the child whom the angel was carrying to heaven. "I know it," said the angel, "because I myself was the poor sick boy who walked upon crutches, and I know my own flower well." Then the child opened his eyes and looked into the glorious happy face of the angel, and at the same moment they found themselves in that heavenly home where all is happiness and joy. and God pressed the dead child to his heart, and wings were given him so that he could fly with the angel hand in hand. Then the Almighty pressed all the flowers to his heart, but he kissed the withered field flower, and it received a voice. Then it joined in the song of the angels, who surrounded the throne, some near, and others in a distant circle, but all equally happy. They all joined in the chorus of praise, both great and small, the good, happy child, and the poor field flower that once lay withered and cast away on a heap of rubbish in a narrow, dark street. Anne Lisbeth. Anne Lisbeth was a beautiful young woman with a red and white complexion, glittering white teeth, and clear soft eyes, and her footstep was light in the dance, but her mind was lighter still. She had a little child, not at all pretty, so he was put out to be nursed by a labourer's wife, and his mother went to the Count's castle. She sat in splendid rooms, richly decorated with silk and velvet. Not a breath of air was allowed to blow upon her, and no one was allowed to speak to her harshly, for she was nurse to the Count's child. He was fair and delicate as a prince, and beautiful as an angel. And how she loved this child. Her own boy was provided for by being at the labourer's, where the mouth watered more frequently than the pot boiled, and where in general no one was at home to take care of the child. Then he would cry, but what nobody knows, nobody cares for. So he would cry till he was tired, and then fall asleep. And while we are asleep, we can feel neither hunger nor thirst. Ah yes, sleep is a capital invention. As years went on, Anne Lisbeth's child grew apace like weeds, although they said his growth had been stunted. He had become quite a member of the family in which he dwelt. They received money to keep him, so that his mother got rid of him altogether. She had become quite a lady. She had a comfortable home of her own in the town, and out of doors, when she went for a walk, she wore a bonnet. But she never walked out to see the labourer. That was too far from the town, and indeed, she had nothing to go for. The boy now belonged to these labouring people. He had food, and he could also do something towards earning his living. He took care of Mary's red cow, for he knew how to tend cattle and make himself useful. The great dog by the yard gate of a nobleman's mansion sits proudly on the top of his kennel when the sun shines, and barks at everyone that passes. But if it rains, he creeps into his house, and there he is warm and dry. Anne Lisbeth's boy also sat in the sunshine on the top of the fence, cutting out a little toy. If it was springtime, he knew of 3 strawberry plants in blossom, which would certainly bear fruit. This was his most hopeful thought, though it often came to nothing, and he had to sit out in the rain in the worst weather and get wet to the skin, and let the cold wind dry the clothes on his back afterwards. If he went near the farmyard belonging to the Count, he was pushed and knocked about, for the men and the maids said he was so horrible ugly, but he was used to all this, for nobody loved him. This was how the world treated Anne Lisbeth's boy, and how could it be otherwise? It was his fate to be beloved by no one. Hitherto he had been a land crab. The land at last cast him adrift. He went to sea in a wretched vessel, and sat at the helm, while the skipper sat over the grog can. He was dirty and ugly, half frozen and half starved. He always looked as if he never had enough to eat, which was really the case. Late in the autumn, when the weather was rough, windy and wet, and the cold penetrated through the thickest clothing, especially at sea. A wretched boat went out to sea with only 2 men on board, or more correctly, a man and a half, for it was the skipper and his boy. There had only been a kind of twilight all day, and it soon grew quite dark and so bitterly cold that the skipper took a dram to warm him. The bottle was old, and the glass too. It was perfect in the upper part, but the foot was broken off, and it had therefore been fixed upon a little carved block of wood, painted blue. A dram is a great comfort, and 2 are better still, thought the skipper, while the boy sat at the helm, which he held fast in his hard-seamed hands. He was ugly, and his hair was matted, and he looked crippled and stunted. They called him the field labourer's boy, though in the church register it entered as Lisbeth's son. The wind cut through the rigging, and the boat cut through the sea. The sails, filled by the wind, swelled out and carried them along in wild career. It was wet and rough above and below, and might still be worse. Hold, what is that? What has struck the boat? Was it a waterspout, or a heavy sea rolling suddenly upon them? Heaven help us, cried the boy at the helm, as the boat heeled over and lay on its beam ends. It had struck on a rock, which rose from the depths of the sea, and sank at once, like an old shoe in a puddle. It sank at once with mouse and man, as the saying is. There might have been mice on board, but only 1 man and a half, the skipper and the labourer's boy. No one saw it but the skimming seagulls and the fishes beneath the water, and even they did not see it properly, for they darted back with terror as the boat filled with water and sank. There it lay, scarcely a fathom below the surface, and those 2 were provided for, buried and forgotten. The glass, with a foot of blue wood, was the only thing that did not sink, for the wood floated, and the glass drifted away to be cast upon the shore and broken. Where and when is indeed of no consequence. It had served its purpose, and it had been loved, which Lisbeth's boy had not been. But in heaven, no soul will be able to say, never loved. Lisbeth had now lived in the town many years. She was called Madame, and felt dignified in consequence. She remembered the old noble days in which she had driven in the carriage and had associated with Countess and Baroness. Her beautiful, noble child had been a dear angel and possessed the kindest heart. He had loved her so much, and she had loved him in return. They had kissed and loved each other, and the boy had been her joy, her second life. Now he was 14 years of age, tall, handsome, and clever. She had not seen him since she carried him in her arms. Neither had she been for years to the Count's palace. It was quite a journey thither from the town. I must make one effort to go, said Lisbeth, to see my darling, the Count's sweet child, and press him to my heart. Certainly he must long to see me too, the young Count. No doubt he thinks of me and loves me, as in those days when he would fling his angel arms round my neck and lisp Anne Liz. It was music to my ears. Yes, I must make an effort to see him again. She drove across the country in a grazier's cart, and then got out, and continued her journey on foot, and thus reached the Count's castle. It was as great and magnificent as it had always been, and the garden looked the same as ever. All the servants were strangers to her. Not one of them knew Lisbeth, nor of what consequence she had once been there. but she felt sure the Countess would soon let them know it, and her darling boy too. How she longed to see him. Now that Anne Lisbeth was at her journey's end, she was kept waiting a long time, and for those who wait, time passes slowly. But before the great people went into dinner, she was called in and spoken to very graciously. She was to go in again after dinner, and then she would see her sweet boy once more. How tall and slender and thin he had grown, but the eyes and the sweet angel mouth were still beautiful. He looked at her, but he did not speak. He certainly did not know who she was. He turned round and was going away, but she seized his hand and pressed it to her lips. "Well, well," he said, and with that walked out of the room. He who filled her every thought, he whom she loved best, and who was her whole earthly pride. Anne Lisbeth went forth from the castle into the public road, feeling mournful and sad. He whom she had nursed day and night, and even now carried about in her dreams, had been cold and strange, and had not a word or thought respecting her. A great black raven darted down in front of her on the high road, and croaked dismally. "Ah," said she, "what bird of ill omen art thou?" Presently she passed a labourer's hut. His wife stood at the door, and the two women spoke to each other. "You look well," said the woman. "You're fat and plump. You are well off." "Oh yes," answered Anne Lisbeth. "The boat went down with them," continued the woman. "Hans the skipper and the boy were both drowned, so there's an end of them. I always thought the boy would be able to help me with a few dollars. He'll never cost you anything more, Anne Lisbeth." "So they were drowned," repeated Anne Lisbeth. But she said no more, and the subject was dropped. She felt very low-spirited, because her Count child had shown no inclination to speak to her, who loved him so well, and who had travelled so far to see him. The journey had cost money too, and she had derived no great pleasure from it. Still, she said not a word of all this. She could not relieve her heart by telling the labourer's wife, lest the latter should think she did not enjoy her former position at the castle. Then the raven flew over her, screaming again as he flew. "The black wretch," said Anne Lisbeth. "He will end by frightening me today." She had brought coffee and chicory with her, for she thought it would be a charity to the poor woman to give them to her to boil a cup of coffee, and then she would take a cup herself. The woman prepared the coffee, and in the meantime Anne Lisbeth seated her in a chair and fell asleep. Then she dreamed of something which she had never dreamed before. Singularly enough, she dreamed of her own child, who had wept and hungered in the labourer's hut, and had been knocked about in heat and in cold, and who was now lying in the depths of the sea, in a spot only known by God. She fancied she was still sitting in the hut, where the woman was busy preparing the coffee, for she could smell the coffee berries roasting. But suddenly it seemed to her that there stood on the threshold a beautiful young form, as beautiful as the Count's child, and this apparition said to her, "The world is passing away. Hold fast to me, for you are my mother after all. You have an angel in heaven, hold me fast." And the child angel stretched out his hand and seized her. Then there was a terrible crash, as of a world crumbling to pieces, and the angel child was rising from the earth and holding her by the sleeve so tightly that she felt herself lifted from the ground. But On the other hand, something heavy hung to her feet and dragged her down, and it seemed as if hundreds of women were clinging to her and crying, "If thou art to be saved, we must be saved too. Hold fast, hold fast." And then they all hung on her, but there were too many, and as they clung, the sleeve was torn, and Lisbeth fell down in horror and awoke. Indeed, she was on the point of falling over in reality with the chair on which she sat, but she was so startled and alarmed that she could not remember what she had dreamed, only that it was something very dreadful. They drank their coffee and had a chat together, and then Lisbeth went away towards the little town where she was to meet the carrier who was to drive her back to her own home. But when she came to him, she found that he would not be ready to start till the evening of the next day. Then she began to think of the expense and what the distance would be to walk. She remembered that the route by the seashore was 2 miles shorter than by the high road, and as the weather was clear and there would be moonlight, she determined to make her way on foot and to start at once, that she might reach home the next day. The sun had set, and the evening bells sounded through the air from the tower of the village church, but to her it was not the bells, but the cry of the frogs in the marshes. Then they ceased, and all around became still. Not a bird could be heard. They were all at rest. Even the owl had not left her hiding place. Deep silence reigned on the margin of the wood by the seashore. As Lisbeth walked on, she could hear her own footsteps in the sands. Even the waves of the sea were at rest, and all in the deep waters had sunk into silence. There was quiet among the dead and the living in the deep sea. Lisbeth walked on, thinking of nothing at all, as people say. Or rather, her thoughts wandered, but not away from her, for thought is never absent from us, it only slumbers. Many thoughts that have lain dormant are roused at the proper time, and begin to stir in the mind and the heart, and seem even to come upon us from above. It is written that a good deed bears a blessing for its fruit, and it is also written that the wages of sin is death. Much has been said and much written which we pass over or know nothing of. A light arises within us, and then forgotten things make themselves remembered. And thus it was with Lisbeth. The germ of every vice and every virtue lies in our heart, in yours and in mine. They lie like little grains of seed, till a ray of sunshine, or the touch of an evil hand, or you turn the corner to the right or to the left, and the decision is made. The little seed is stirred, it swells and shoots up, and pours its sap into your blood, directing your course either for good or evil. Troublesome thoughts often exist in the mind, fermenting there, which are not realized by us, while the senses are as it were slumbering. But still they are there. Lisbeth walked on thus, with her senses half asleep, but the thoughts were fermenting within her. From one Shrove Tuesday to another, much may occur to weigh down the heart. It is the reckoning of a whole year. Much may be forgotten. Sins against heaven in word and thought, sins against our neighbour, and against our own conscience. We are scarcely aware of their existence, and Lisbeth did not think of any of her errors. She had committed no crime against the law of the land. She was an honourable person, in a good position. That she knew. She continued her walk along by the margin of the sea. What was it she saw lying there? An old hat, a man's hat. Now when might that have been washed overboard? She drew nearer. She stopped to look at the hat. Ha! What was lying yonder? She shuddered, yet it was nothing save a heap of grass and tangled seaweed flung across a long stone. But it looked like a corpse, only tangled grass, and yet she was frightened at it. As she turned to walk away, much came into her mind that she had heard in her childhood. Old superstitions of spectres by the seashore, of the ghosts of drowned but unburied people whose corpses had been washed up on the desolate beach. The body, she knew, could do no harm to anyone, but the spirit could pursue the lonely wanderer, attach itself to him, and demand to be carried to the churchyard, that it might rest in consecrated ground. "Hold fast, hold fast," the spectre would cry. And as Anne Lisbeth murmured these words to herself, the whole of her dream was suddenly recalled to her memory, when the mother had clung to her and uttered these words, when, amid the crashing of worlds, her sleeve had been torn, and she had slipped from the grasp of her child, who wanted to hold her up in that terrible hour. Her child, her own child, which she had never loved, lay now buried in the sea, and might rise up like a spectre from the waters and cry, "Hold fast, carry me to consecrated ground." As these thoughts passed through her mind, fear gave speed to her feet, so that she walked faster and faster. Fear came upon her as if a cold, clammy hand had been laid upon her heart, so that she almost fainted. As she looked across the sea, all there grew darker. A heavy mist came rolling onwards and clung to bush and tree, distorting them into fantastic shapes. She turned and glanced at the moon, which had risen behind her. It looked like a pale, rayless surface, and a deadly weight seemed to hang upon her limbs. "Hold," thought she, and then she turned round a second time to look at the moon. A white face appeared quite close to her, with a mist hanging like a garment from its shoulders. "Stop, carry me to consecrated earth," sounded in her ears in strange, hollow tones. The sound did not come from frogs or ravens. She saw no sign of such creatures. "A grave, dig me a grave," was repeated quite loud. Yes, it was indeed the spectre of her child, the child that lay beneath the ocean, and whose spirit could have no rest until it was carried to the churchyard, and until a grave had been dug for it in consecrated ground. She would go there at once, and there she would dig. She turned in the direction of the church, and the weight on her heart seemed to grow lighter, and even to vanish altogether. But when she turned to go home by the shortest way, it returned. "Stop, stop!" And the words came quite clear, though they were like the croak of a frog, or the wail of a bird. "A grave, dig me a grave." The mist was cold and damp. Her hands and face were moist and clammy with horror. A heavy weight again seized her and clung to her. Her mind became clear for thoughts that had never before been there. In these northern regions, a beechwood often buds in a single night and appears in the morning sunlight in its full glory of youthful green. So, in a single instant, can the consciousness of the sin that has been committed in thoughts, words, and actions of our past life be unfolded to us. When once the conscience is awakened, it springs up in the heart spontaneously, and God awakens the conscience when we least expect it. Then we can find no excuse for ourselves. The deed is there and bears witness against us. The thoughts seem to become words and to sound far out into the world. We are horrified at the thought of what we have carried within us, and at the consciousness that we have not overcome the evil which has its origin in thoughtlessness and pride. The heart conceals within itself the vices as well as the virtues, and they grow in the shallowest ground. Aunt Lisbeth now experienced in thought what we have clothed in words. She was overpowered by them, and sank down and crept along for some distance on the ground. A grave, dig me a grave, sounded again in her ears, and she would have gladly buried herself if in the grave she could have found forgetfulness of her actions. It was the first hour of her awakening, full of anguish and horror. Superstition made her alternately shudder with cold or burn with the heat of fever. Many things, of which she had feared even to speak, came into her mind. Silently, as the cloud shadows in the moonshine, a spectral apparition flitted by her. She had heard of it before. Close by her galloped 4 snorting steeds, with fire flashing from their eyes and nostrils. They dragged a burning coach, and within it sat the wicked lord of the manor, who had ruled there 100 years before. The legend says that every night at 12 o'clock, he drove into his castle yard and out again. He was not as pale as dead men are, but black as a coal. He nodded and pointed to Aunt Lisbeth, crying out, hold fast, and then you may ride again in a nobleman's carriage and forget your child." She gathered herself up and hastened to the churchyard, but black crosses and black ravens danced before her eyes, and she could not distinguish one from the other. The ravens croaked as the raven had done, which she saw in the daytime, but now she understood what they said. "I am the raven mother, I am the raven mother," each raven croaked, and Aunt Lisbeth felt that the name also applied to her, and she fancied she should be transformed into a black bird and have to cry as they cried if she did not dig the grave, and she threw herself upon the earth and with her hands dug a grave in the hard ground so that the blood ran from her fingers. "A grave! Dig me a grave!" still sounded in her ears. She was fearful that the cock might crow and the first red streak appear in the east before she had finished her work, and then she would be lost. And the cock crowed, and the day dawned in the east, and the grave was only half dug. An icy hand passed over her head and face and down towards her heart. "Only half a grave," a voice wailed, and fled away. Yes, it fled away over the sea. It was the ocean spectre, and exhausted and overpowered, Aunt Lisbeth sunk to the ground, and her senses left her. It was a bright day when she came to herself, and 2 men were raising her up. But she was not lying in the churchyard, but on the seashore, where she had dug a deep hole in the sand and cut her hand with a piece of broken glass, whose sharp stern was stuck in a little block of painted wood. Aunt Lisbeth was in a fever. Conscience had roused the memories of superstitions and had so acted upon her mind that she fancied she had only half a soul, and that her child had taken the other half down into the sea. Never would she be able to cling to the mercy of heaven till she had recovered this other half, which was now held fast in the deep water. Aunt Lisbeth returned to her home, but she was no longer the woman she had been. Her thoughts were like a confused, tangled skein. Only one thread, only one thought was clear to her, namely, that she must carry the spectre of the seashore to the churchyard and dig a grave for him there, that by so doing she might win back her soul. Many a night she was missed from her home, and was always found on the seashore waiting for the spectre. In this way a whole year passed, and then one night she vanished again, and was not to be found. The whole of the next day was spent in a useless search after her. Towards evening, When the clerk entered the church to toll the vesper bell, he saw by the altar Anne Lisbeth, who had spent the whole day there. Her powers of body were almost exhausted, but her eyes flashed brightly, and on her cheeks was a rosy flush. The last rays of the setting sun shone upon her and gleamed over the altar upon the shining clasps of the Bible, which lay open at the words of the prophet Joel. Rend your hearts and not your garments, and turn unto the Lord. That was just a chance, people said. But do things happen by chance? In the face of Anne Lisbeth, lighted up by the evening sun, could be seen peace and rest. She said she was happy now, for she had conquered. The spectre of the shore, her own child, had come to her the night before, and had said to her, "Thou hast dug me only half a grave, but thou hast now, for a year and a day, buried me altogether in thy heart, and it is there a mother can best hide her child." And then he gave her back her lost soul, and brought her into the church. "Now I am in the house of God," she said, "and in that house we are happy." When the sun set, Anne Lisbeth's soul had risen to that region where there is no more pain, and Anne Lisbeth's troubles were at an end. And so, our quest through these timeless tales comes to an end. With the story's final words, you have completed this sleepy quest. May your dreams be filled with magic until the next adventure begins. Rest well, traveller.